Hi, Lemon. Look who's early for a change. Me. Me. I am. Just for a change. So, I was doing some surfing around the internet, you know what I mean, right? I prefer Google as opposed to the one Bing. I don't know, so it is, in my opinion. Hi, Luna. Hi, Just John. Disclaimer. I do not own any of the rights to some of the things that I am going to play. Okay. But I'm going to play it because I said that I would do a story on this. Tanger. I said that I would do a story on this particular person. And I want to stick to that. But first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this person's videos. Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys remember the video that somebody that we were watching with the initials TM was so very, very proud of. Well, she claimed it got 40,000 views, but it got 19,000. It's quite the difference between 40,000. 5 years ago, still grasping onto that. But I thought that we'd see what her video is that she is just so super proud of. And then we'd do a little look-see into the person that it didn't seem like she so Donna Hilton is a monster is the title of this video. Okay. This is one of TM's video.
Well, Donna Hilton is a member of the Coalition for Women Prisoners. She spoke at the Women's March in Washington.
I do believe it gets a little louder.
Jay, welcome to our broadcast. Thank you for having me. Donna, why did you come out today? What moved you about this one? Well, first of all, movie versus that I'm a woman. Okay, so just I want to make sure I have this correct.
Yes, let's make this correct. Hi, Tina Elaine. Hi, Lemon. She wants to make sure she has it correct that this woman is a woman, I guess.
So we're saying that millions of women exercise their rights and freedoms by going on a march where they openly, freely, and without recrimination spoke their minds without censorship about how they are oppressed.
I don't understand these vagina outfits, but that's only 3 people. I mean, just because it says, Dear Congress, my uterus, my choice, which obviously, right, Lemon? Hi, Carrie MB. Right, Lemon? Damn straight. Obviously, that my uterus, my choice thing, in my opinion, has gone to crap, right? Right? Because of people like who? This woman, Tiffany M? Interesting. Very interesting.
Aren't free to do as they please and don't have rights. Okay, that checks out. I was a woman that spent 27 years.
I don't even understand what her point was. Now I'm going to have to play it back. I'm sorry. I was waiting for some point there. Did anybody understand the point? I didn't get it. Can somebody else tell me? Hold on, let's see.
Rights and freedoms by going on a march where they openly, freely, and without recrimination spoke their minds without censorship about how they are oppressed, aren't free to do as they please, and don't have rights. Okay, that checks out.
Going on a march and having Roe versus Wade overturned. Hello, Crying Red. Having Roe versus Wade overturned. See, that's what they were marching for, but it was in vain because of people like you, Tiffany. In my opinion. Absolutely.
And 27 years in prison, and we are the most marginalized of this demographic, right? Okay, wait, let me understand what she just said. She spent 27 years in prison. That's a long time. So her crime had to have been.
She got something up there saying, you know, now I am really interested in figuring out more on this story. I'm willing to bet she took a lot of the blame. I watch a lot of criminal crime TV. And the woman, man, she don't even have to be in the state. And they will say, yeah, but he killed him because he wanted you. So you were the mastermind. I watched one 10 years later. They came back. This woman didn't even know. She was nowhere near Alaska. But I also saw a story today, speaking of Alaska, where it's quite evident that the date she was on killed her, in my opinion, evidently. So this says the city, 7 held in slaying of man in trunk. Now, I'm really wondering why she can't speak on what research she's done. 7 people were in custody yesterday on charges of, oh, so you're using one of the most recent, old, okay, 1985, but closest to, so less detailed report of what went on there. This is like a 2-paragraph thing here. April 8th, 1985. 7 people were in custody yesterday on charges of second-degree murder and kidnapping. I think it would be kidnapping and murder, but in connection with the death of Long Island real estate broker, whose body was found in a locked trunk in Manhattan apartment Saturday. The police said the victim, 60-year-old Thomas Vigliarolo, which you'll notice she mentions his color quite often, TM does, had been missing since March 20th, when he left his home to meet a client in New Jersey. And let's see if there's any more that she shows us, or are we just too numbskulls to read anymore?
Pretty severe. And when I looked into this woman, her crime, in fact, was very severe.
Was it only her crime, or was it 7 people's crimes? Could she have been scared and kidnapped herself? I mean, you've never heard of that? Where somebody is so scared of the person that freaking flips, that starts, going off, that they're like, oh my God, you know what I mean?
Murdered a man. But not only did she murder a man.
Only her, huh? Even though it says 7 people, but I don't know.
Did this all for $9,000 so she could expand on her modeling portfolio. I'm not even joking.
Now, I'm really going to be looking into that. We're going to definitely be checking that shit out.
Let me read you a little excerpt of a summary of what she did. Donna Hilton, a Black feminist who tortured, sodomized, gang raped, and murdered a white man in order to earn
I'm definitely looking more into this.
$1,000 for her modeling portfolio, is celebrated and praised as a hero by the mainstream.
Yeah, I only see what she's reading, but that's not what it's saying in the pictures that she's showing. John Lenore said each defendant had been an active participant in the kidnapping and beatings that resulted in his death. It says he died of asphyxiation, which would mean he was, choked. I'm sure 7 people didn't put their hands around his throat. Yes, she did, Luna, and I believe got 2 degrees. Good point, Lemon. Good point. Good point. Good point.
Mainstream press and was invited to speak at the Women's March. For over 2 weeks, Donna Hilton tortured a kidnapped white real estate agent.
It doesn't say Donna Hilton did. It says 7 people. She's not reading the right thing.
By crushing his testicles with a pair of pliers, beating him, burning him, starving him, and sodomizing him with a 3-foot metal bar.
Now, a girl gang. Okay, so wait a minute. Let me get this straight. It says girl gang seized in trunk slang. But let's get further here. Scream the headlines on April 8th, 1985, when Donna was arrested. She was eventually found guilty of taking part in the brutal torture and murder of 63-year-old Long Island real estate broker Thomas Vigliero. Vigliero died because his partner in crime, Louis Miranda, thought he had swindled him out of $139,000 from deception they had pulled off together. So he didn't get killed so she could get a modeling portfolio. We're going to get to that. Lemon, can you see Just John? According to TM, right, Luna? Yeah, we're going to get to that. Donna and 2 girlfriends, Rita and Teresa, were invited to participate in the crime by the girlfriend of the man hired to do the killings. Oh, so it was another man hired to do the killing. Their cut was going to be $9,000 each. Wow, this looks like a paper that
Police were not sure exactly when the victim
the
died, but
door had been caught, a pot put in it for use as a toilet, and the windows boarded up. Over the next 15 to 20 days, Vigliero was starved, tortured, burned, beaten, and sexually assaulted. 15 days? That sounds like a long time to put into something. There's more to that. Now, I'm sorry. Yeah, no. So there was a ransom. No, okay. And the person what? Didn't want to pay it? I highly doubt that she shoved a pole up anybody's butt. Just my opinion. Hi, Stephanie Dawson. My opinion.
For at least 15 days. Donna Hilton justified shoving the 3-foot metal bar up his rectum by stating he was a homo anyway.
It doesn't say that Donna Hilton said that. It says one of the accused was later asked why they presumed he was homosexual, and they said, when I stuck the bar up, he wiggled, came the response. Then it says Donna Hilton was assigned the task of delivering the ransom note and a tape to a friend of the kidnapped. Hi. Stephanie. We're talking about Donna Hilton. We're playing Tiffany's video calling this woman a monster, and we're going to get into all of this.
When I stuck the bar up his rectum, he wiggled. And we are the most marginalized of this demographic, right? We continue to be.
I just want to know, how stupid does this woman think others are that we can't read
And we are the most marginalized.
exactly what is on her?
By stating he was a homo anyway. When
How
justified shutting the 3 foot.
It doesn't even say that. This bitch is reading something that doesn't even say that there. It says over the next 15 to 20 days, Vigliaroli was starved, tortured, burned, beaten, and sexually assaulted. Now, being sexually assaulted that's Lemon's answer. Being sexually assaulted by a woman, I'm thinking that no, that yes, it is an assault to put something up there. But it doesn't say Donna Hilton said it. It says one of the accused was later asked why they presumed Bigliaroli was homosexual. And they said, when I stuck the bar up, he wiggled, came the response.
We're not sure exactly when the victim died, but he was being tortured for at least 15 days. Donna Hilton justified shutting the 3 foot metal bar up his rectum by stating he was a homo anyway. When I stuck the.
What? He was a homo anyway. It doesn't even say that anywhere. A homo. That's a Freudian slip. Gosh, she's disgusting, in my opinion. She is gross.
Far up his rectum, he wiggled. And we are the most marginalized of this demographic, right? We continue to be silenced, we continue to be negated, we continue to be vilified and dehumanized. And so it was my purpose today.
She's pissed because there was massive women rallies on Trump's first full day as president. That's what you're pissed about, Tiffany? So you're twisting lies up about a black woman to try to get your point across? Wow.
Stand up and to bring us into this moment to say, here, we're relevant, and you must hear our stories. Our stories are equally important.
It doesn't say anything about Black Women's March. It says Women's March. What's your problem, Tiffany? You racist. She's racist. So basically, the men did the crime, but the woman did the time. But she got 2 degrees, came out fine, and you're pissed, Tiffany?
Okay, mind blown. The fact that this woman has the audacity to sit there with a straight face and say, we are marginalized, we are vilified, and our stories deserve to be heard because we have been put there in these situations.
Wow. Dang, man.
Where we spent 27 years in prison is basically what she's saying, because of things just like this. Bitch, you're crazy, because you should still be sitting in prison.
Wow.
For the crimes you committed. You are a monster. Monster is being too kind.
There were 7 people.
The fact that you have the nerve to be walking free on this earth.
You're just pissed that she led a march for strong women. You're sick, in my opinion.
And have the ability to speak to a bunch of retards.
Oh my God. Oh no, she didn't. Oh no, she didn't. Oh my God. I feel like I didn't watch this video. I only watched a little bit. And then I went and pulled up Donna Hilton. So we're going to go to her. Yeah, Lemon. Woo! She's evil.
Is ludicrous. The man you murdered cannot do these things that you're doing today. Rights in general. I mean, we see you speaking today, but this is really touched the nerve. We were just with Lucretia Franco in Brazil. We were with Stephanie Fried in Israel. In every country, there are issues. So I want to be clear.
Every country. Femicide is becoming so like, oh my God, it's oh my God. Whew.
Trying to make that statement earlier, and I've been saying this all day, that we have always been in this moment. We have always had this problem. It's not about a Trump. It's not about any one male person. It is a mindset, a mentality.
Mm-hmm.
The behavior that's been perpetrated forever against women. And so what has happened is that
I'm not sure, about that. I think a lot of them are.
Oh my God, this is happening. It's always happened. And if you're a black and brown woman, we know it's been happening. The majority of prisons and jails are crowded with black and brown women. And why is that? Because of the demonization. We are criminalized for our color. We are criminalized and sexualized. And so it just... Okay, I had to stop this right here because if I listen to this woman say one more thing, I'm going to seriously pound my head through a wall.
Oh, I wish she would. Why? My opinion.
Seriously sitting there talking about the dehumanization and
that's a woman.
Sexualization of black and brown women after she raped, kidnapped, tortured, and then subsequently murdered.
There were 7 people, and it was about men who were leading it. The point is they did the crime, she did the time. And we're going to look up the other women too involved.
A white man, because she was too fucking lazy to earn the money she needed to expand her modeling portfolio.
And she's showing memes of white women saying, I want equality, but I also want special treatment.
To earn the money she needed to expand her modeling portfolio.
Argues against sexism, dismisses male opinions on the subject. No. But you're not a male, Tiffany. What's your problem? How is that relevant to your stance here?
Are you kidding me right now? Like, I mean, come on.
Insulting men is okay. Insulting women is sexist. I don't think it's okay to insult anyone, you fool. So what are you saying? You want to be able to insult everyone? Is that your point? So you're not really against insulting and dehumanizing people. You just want a special group to be able to insult people and dehumanize people. Men, women, any color. We've seen you do that. You lied in one of your videos today, Tiffany, when you said you've never got in touch with any of Ollie's daughter. I have a video from 4 days ago where you said you called Ollie's daughter. You said you called Ollie's ex from 20 years ago. You're a sicko. You're a sicko. And Uncle Neck Cutter, Nature Nut, Salami Crack Cowboy. It occurred to me last night that you might have been listening to my live stream. And when I was playing Tiffany's video with the combined 2 years ago video that she made, but I was playing her video. I didn't make that video. So when you were talking about people who do that stuff and everything, that wasn't me. That was Tiffany that goes in Vern's room. I was just playing it. A lot of times people do get confused. Even my friend, Okay to Be Friends, that came in here, said, let me ask you a question. Sometimes I hear other people up there talking with you. Are you on the phone with them? Are they up there? Because some people don't use YouTube and they're new to it. So I want to make it clear that what I do is commentary. I don't own a lot of the audio that I play, but I do use it within Fair Use Act guidelines. I alter the speed, and it is for commentary and educational and entertainment purposes only. Anything I say, oh, okay, Lemon. All right. Anything I say is of opinion only, but I do believe this is really important. I'm glad I came across this video. She was so proud of it. She got 19,000 views. She told us 40,000, but
This is insanity. And oh my God, I don't even know what to say.
yes, we know. She says, all men are pigs. Women are equal to men. I don't ever remember saying all men are pigs. Oh, good point there, yes. Oh, Sharon doesn't think about shit like this, but Tiffany is, yes, a racist. She's not informed. She's just a racist.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. This monster, this subhuman beast who should
Wow. That's how she's talking about that woman that did 27 years and got 2 degrees. Now, when you hear about her history, Donna Hilton's, yeah, she's pretty disgusting what she's saying right now. Wait till you hear this woman's history, okay?
be spending the rest of her days in a jail cell staring at a concrete wall. She does not represent me. These women out there
Absolutely, she does not represent you.
are dressed like vaginas, crying and whining about the sexualization of women.
Argues that all men are sexist, ignores all male viewpoints on subject matter. No,
You don't represent me.
not Stockholm syndrome. No. Oh, you're talking about Donna Hilton? I don't know about that yet. That I don't know, Crying Red. But I do know that her first paragraph of her biography was pretty, it was sad. So we're gonna get to that.
Hypocritical idiots bitching and cursing and acting like just a bunch of unintelligent.
All they did was march for women's rights. That obviously Roe versus Wade has been turned over. So I mean, what do you want me to say there?
Clowns. You don't represent me. You don't represent strong women.
You're not a strong woman. You are not a strong woman, Tiffany. You are not a strong woman.
A joke. You're a joke. You're talking about the sexualization of women. Okay, people are sexual creatures.
Wow, listen to that. This is 5 years prior to the memorable, although nauseating, fish soup video. Hi, Summer Baby. So she was already doing damage control for her future fish soup debacle.
That is our natural existence of being. If we weren't, we wouldn't exist. God, you're a bunch of idiots.
So women are supposed to be horny so they can procreate and have sex with everybody. Is that your opinion? Well, then I've never seen a dildo procreate, reproduce, or anything in my life. So you might want to hone your skills up on what life is about, according to you, in my opinion. One little just recap.
Sexual creatures. That is our natural existence of being. If we weren't, we wouldn't exist.
Absolutely. Okay, so now that we've got that straight, we are certain that she is confused. You cannot procreate other human beings with a dildo on a cam. So your argument there 5 years ago is null and void. You're demeaning women. You're part of the problem that that woman is trying to fight. Why should a woman who wants to be a model have to pay $9,000 for a portfolio? I'm pretty sure there's going to be more to that story. You adding in her name in front of the crimes, well, we know you. You think you can procreate with a dildo, don't you? In my opinion, allegedly. So let's take a look. Donna Hilton was born October 29th, 1964. She is Jamaican-American, convicted murderer, author, and criminal justice activist. She was convicted at age 20. Age 20. Age 20. Now, tell me, Sniffany, even though you are sitting, I mean, let me just ask, do you have 2 degrees? And did you get them while being locked up at age 20? Basically a child. So, basically a child. So let's go further. Of murder in the 2nd degree and 2 counts of kidnapping in the 1st degree. Wow, they threw the book at her, huh? For her role in the kidnapping. See, only her role, I mean, the way you're screaming about it, sniff, sniff, she was absolutely the mastermind. In the kidnapping, rape, torture, and murder of New York businessman Thomas Vigliarolo in 1985, sentenced to 25 years. Oh, interesting though. She did 27. She didn't get parole. She didn't get no time off for good behavior. She didn't get any credit for time served while waiting for her trial. I'm sure she didn't get a speedy trial. We all know that doesn't happen, in my opinion. Very, very strange. Can you see what they say? They go sentenced to 25 years. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 25 years to life. My bad. My bad. Hilton was paroled in 2012 after serving more than 26 years. My bad. Shut my mouth, please. I think I'm just so angry at her. Absolutely does that. She does hate that. Following her time in prison, Hilton earned a bachelor's degree in behavioral science and a master's degree in English. So following her time in prison. So she came out and wasn't bitter. Hmm. This woman wrote a book called A Little Piece of Light. And she said the first 25 years of her life, she spent it with adult hands harming me instead of protecting me. Ironic. We see that going on. They throw that word pedo around so much that they've shortened it, just like she did homo, right? During early childhood, Donna Patricia Walden lived in her birthplace of Port Antonio, Jamaica, with her mother, a devotee of Obeah, a spiritual practice of the West Indies. Hilton felt that her mother, who may have been bipolar, used her as a real-life voodoo doll and recalled it was routine for her to burn me with fire and cut me with a knife. In June 1972, 4 months before Hilton's 8th birthday, her mother exchanged her for a handful of money from a childless couple, Roy and Daphne Hilton, who took the girl to live with them in New York City, where she acquired her adoptive surname. 2 years later, when she was 9, Roy Hilton began to sexually abuse her on a regular basis. During the summer of 1979, at age 14, she was sexually abused by her math tutor, a married man. I want to know, like, why, when she went to, when that happened to her, her attorney didn't, yeah, her mother did, when she was 4 months before her 8th birthday. Obviously, probably a rich family, because she was living in Port Antonio, Jamaica. Strange, huh? Later that summer, so she was 14, she was being sexually abused by her math tutor. Later that summer, she ran away to Philadelphia with a man who lived in an upstairs apartment with his mother. 10 years older than Hilton, he raped her in a motel room. Whatever part of me wasn't broken, she recollects, is broken now. They remained together in Philadelphia for 5 months. Now, I want everybody to just, I want everybody to be able to put away color here, because I want to say that there's been a case that's been on my mind, and although hers is so devastating, I just want to say the name. We're going to say the name, Donna Hilton, whatever she prefers to be called. She might prefer to be Donna Patricia Walden before she was sold into, what happened. But I need to mention at the same time, Okay. Hi, Indy Mom. Um, no. There was 7 people there. I'm about right. Erin Marie Gilbert. Oh, if somebody could write that down for me. I think I might have even forgot, but Erin Marie Gilbert, I believe. Okay. In 94, she went on a date with somebody to a fair in Alaska. It is so, to me, like, wow, those cops, there's no way they could have looked to solve that case. And I think about the family, just like I think about Donna Hilton. I think there's a lot of women in life that no matter what color, there's some lax shit going on, in my opinion. Okay. Um, Erin Marie Gilbert is something else we'll do another time. Welcome, Indy Ma. Um, we're learning about her because Tiffany M is more the bitch, in my opinion. So sometimes after he raped me, this is Donna Hilton. They remained in Philadelphia for 5 months. Now she was 14. Sometimes after he raped me, he would sit against the wall and ordered me to crawl around the apartment on my hands and knees like a dog. He would stand up and urinate on my skin and push the glowing tip of a cigarette against my bare leg. When he beat her, he said, I'm a man and I do what I want. In January 1980, they returned to New York, where Hilton discovered she was pregnant. Stunned at the news, Hilton claims the man responded, No wonder you're pregnant. You're a whore. Hilton recalled he knocked her down and raped her. In February 1981, Hilton gave birth to a daughter at age 16. In the summer of 1981, so basically, she was sex trafficked, in my opinion. She was sex trafficked, and that goes on to this day. Femicide is huge. In the summer of 1981, Hilton was abducted by, now I want to know where the baby is. I wonder. Was abducted by an older man whose previous advances she had rebuffed. She claimed he locked her inside a bedroom closet, after which she was joined by another man. He was. When they pulled her out of the closet, Hilton recognized the second man as a minister at the nearby church. Mm. But he may not have been gay, but see, Sniffany doesn't like homos, as she referred to him. Anyway, that's how she referred to him. I didn't say that word. That's how she referred to him. Not Donna Hilton, Sniffany. Um, so when they pulled her out of the closet, he was the minister at the nearby church. The 2 men took turns raping her. They shoved her back in the closet, where she remained for 3 days. Once released, Hilton reported the crime to the police. She claims one of the responding detectives drove her to an unfamiliar location and raped her. Now, whose channel? We don't promote her. We don't promote what she does. Sniffing. I don't know if it's too close. Um, I played the audio for the video. There's really nothing on the screen anyway. You wouldn't be missing it, but you'd be just as disgusted as us. So we're learning about the person she had called a monster. No, it's not. The two men took turns raping, shoved up where she remained for 3 days. Now remember Eileen Warnos, Eileen Warnos, right? She would get raped by the police as well, sexually assaulted. My bad. Um, according to the movie and herself. Yeah. Yeah, Tiffany M. She's not a feminist activist. Oh yeah, Donna Hilton is, yeah. She claims one of the responding detectives drove her to an unfamiliar location and raped her. In 1982, at age 18, Hilton married a 19-year-old rapper. When she learned she was pregnant again, the rapper and his mother talked her into terminating the pregnancy. Following her abortion, he asked for a divorce. In 1984, Hilton went to work at a hotel gift shop in Times Square. In January 1985, a recently hired coworker introduced Hilton to the coworker's godfather, a man named Louis Miranda. In March 1985, Miranda enlisted Hilton in a scheme to. Okay, so here we go. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up Louis Miranda. Hmm. My guess is we're not going to find much on him. Ain't that something? What was the other guy's name? Victor? Oh no, what was his name? Viglaran or something. Let me tell you something. If this fucking guy got away with this, and the girls did the crime, did the time. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Yeah. Hear my stomach? And I ate too. I am just like in shock that there's 7 indicted. Okay. So this is April 13th, 1985. So let's go back to this. Let's do some real research here. Okay. Hope you guys don't mind. Do you guys mind? I like doing research. I like going back into the archives of things. I feel like, Wikipedia, yeah, good. That's good for a source. Tiffany, no. But going back in the archive things, I use Google for my search engine. I find that other ones seem to be limited. I get most of a better array of like actual, like I said, this is Associated Press. Um, it happened on April 8th, 1985. This is April 13th, 1985. Thank you, Tina. Appreciate it. So, 7 indicted in bizarre torture murder case. 5 women and 2 men have been indicted in the kidnapping. Now, remember, from a court, apparently, from what we have already read about her, basically, she was sold into slavery, sex slavery, whatever it would be, at the age of 8. So she was at the mercy of, you know, 5 women and 2 men have been indicted in the kidnapping, torture, and murder of a businessman whose body was stuffed in a steamer trunk in a Harlem apartment. Now, whose Harlem apartment? I was 17. If anybody could write that name down for me, because I know I'm going to forget. Thomas, right? Thomas. Vigliarolio or whatever. Vigliarollo. Now I want Rolos. Thomas Vigliarolo, Long Island. So one was 62, the other guy was 64, who Morgenthau described as a major loan shark. Okay. That's the wrong spelling. It's Vigliarollo. Nice try, though, I'm about. Thank you. So the guy, Louis Miranda, 64. Now he'd probably be passed away by now. By 1985, he was 64 in 1985. She was 20. I'm willing to bet she did more time than him. They described him as a major loan shark. So it wasn't his business partner. Wasn't his business partner. Even though Sniff Sniff likes to put it that way. According to prosecutors, Miranda loaned Vigliero $160,000 in 1981 for a $1 million land deal in Chinatown that fell through. Miranda reportedly never got his money back. Well, he probably didn't have it, man. Morgenthau said the kidnapping murder began when Vigliero was lured on what he thought was a date to the apartment of defendant Maria Talag. See, I should be writing this down too. Maria Talag, too. Can you write that one for me down too? Because these are who we're going to look up after this guy. So she played a role. So Louis Miranda was actually the major player in the whole thing, wanting what he wanted from that guy, Thomas Vigliero, right? Maria Talag, 24, which is Maria, right? Talag, right? So I'm assuming that it was her apartment. Morgenthau said 2 other defendants surprised Vigliarolo at the woman's apartment. Now, I wonder whose confession this is based upon. Tied him up and drove him to the apartment in Harlem. Also, it wasn't her apartment. Okay. Why do they just keep saying the apartment? Whose apartment was it? And who were the 2 other defendants? He was then stripped, tied to a bed, and fed once a day, while his captors demanded he pay money to Miranda. That makes no sense. When his body was found several days later, now he went missing March 20th. Nope, it's no Y in that. Tina, I love you. You're awesome. Several days later, now several could be meaning just over 3. He had been burned with cigarettes, beaten, and his breastbone had been fractured. Okay. So let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. He went missing March 20th, 1985. That's what I want to go back to. This I have to keep. I got to save this. This is a good article. Hope I don't lose it. This is a good article. Thomas. I want to see when he was reported missing. I gotta go back to Google. Probably gonna fucking lose that one. TALAG. Oh, you did? Yeah. So I want to find this when he was first reported missing. So that's Thomas. Okay, got it right there. Thank you very much, you guys. I hope you don't mind. I really like researching stuff. Not that it's gonna matter. I mean, the woman's already done her time, and you know what I'm saying? I don't mean to sound like that. I just, man, she's the only one who she fucking did. She took the whole rap. Man, she took the whole rap. She had to have every time I type her in. It's her. I mean, I'm typing his name in, but what I want to see is prior to them finding his dead body. That's what I want. I mean, if he went missing March 20th, right? Oh, you got Carter. Yeah, she looks young though. She's 36. That's fucking young. I wish I was 36. Let's see. Damn, they just keep slamming her with it. Why, I wonder? Because she was the one who was the most indispensable. His business partner received a ransom demand for 435,000. Why would he receive a ransom demand for 135,000? Those charged were Selma Price of that address. She's 46. Rita Peters, Donna Hilton, Maria Talag, Woody George Pace, and Louis Miranda, and Angeles 62. Angeles Marlano. Angeles 62. So Miss Talag had already been a friend of his. Wow, they just fucking slammed her with it all. Okay, here's one. Can I see the whole page? I'll have to fucking probably pay for it. Oh, is that it? Police found the body of a missing, and it just keeps saying Donna Hilton murderer. Man, that's so messed up. Police found the body of a missing investment banker. See, and that's what I really want to find is how he was reported missing, like where and how and what happened. Now it says locked in a Manhattan apartment. Thought it was Harlem. Hi, paranormal. Mm, yeah, there's definitely more to this story. Way more. But they really didn't give you much, you know? That was it. Tiny paragraph like that. I'll bet you it had something to do with the man. I just don't, that's so messed up. He got reported missing March 26th. Said 6 people were being held in his death. Then suddenly it became 7. I really don't think they could prove it. That is fucked up, man. Do you? We could do trivia if you want. She did almost 30 years. In his own apartment? In his own apartment, Tina? So they were lying saying that he was going on a date? Wow, there's so much more to this, Tina. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Wow. I'll tell you what, that woman did 27 years, right? And it seems like there was way more involved in that. I think she got tricked into that kind of in a way. She might have, yeah, but by that point she had been like you know, but get this though, because I'm looking at another whole nother story. Man admits second murder, must serve 50 years in jail. This was January 18th, 1985. William J. Dees, convicted in November of murdering a South Belmar woman, pleaded guilty to murdering an Ocean Township woman in 1980 by throwing her from a bridge for no apparent reason. Now, I wonder, in between 1980 and 1985, how many other women did he murder? Good point, Luna. If anybody wants to look up while I'm reading this story, like where this guy is now, this William J. Deeves, Deev as in Victor, Es as in Sam. Yeah, but it didn't make Donna Chilton worse because she wasn't bad to begin with. She was dealt a hand that society failed her. You know, society failed her. Summer baby. Hi, Gigi. Mick Ultra. No, not Mick Ultra. Who said that? I rolled her out into the water a little ways, and that was that. This is fucking in 1980, and her husband, she had had a fight with her husband. Her body was not recovered. About 2 hours after Dees and Miss Shamborn left the bar, the 6'9" 6'9". Holy crap. He said, I grabbed her by the feet and threw her off the bridge for no reason. Oh my God. 6'9". Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. I, for the longest time, thought that was like Mick Ultra, like Michelob Ultra. Holy mother of God. What the heck? Man, I don't want to lose this article. Jeez, oh, Pete, this article. I just can't even believe this. Now, get this. The day after his conviction, the jury spared Dean's life after hearing his parents describe a childhood of social and academic failure, and genetics expert testifies Deeves suffered from a defect that can increase a person's tendency toward violence by 10 to 15 times. So shouldn't he have not been walking around? What the heck? Oh my God. No, not related to this. I know, right? But could you imagine somebody six foot? Let's talk how it goes. Okay, so it says he faces 2 life sentences with a minimum of 50 years before parole eligibility, according to his plea bargain with the state. His plea bargain. Now that always gets me. Plea bargains. So basically, you admit that you did something shitty, so you get less punishment for it. That's fucked up, man. He said he met Linda Shamborn in an Asbury Park bar August 1st, 1980, after she had a fight with her husband and walked out of their Logan Road home. Her body was not recovered. About 2 hours after Deeves and Miss Shamborn left the bar, the 6'9" defendant said he threw her off the bridge along the old Corals Avenue into a stream below. Baby raped her, and that's why he could grab her by the feet. Says, I grabbed her by the feet and threw her off the bridge, Steve said yesterday. What precipitated it? Anything? Um, okay. No, he replied. I went down to the bottom of the bridge, a drop of about 25 feet. I don't know if she was dead at the time or not. I rolled her out into the water a little ways, and that was it. Deves will be sentenced today for the murder of Sylvia Murphy, 46, a South Belmar woman who tried to help him overcome a drinking problem. A jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Deves, 32, on November 12th of murdering Mrs. Murphy early on the morning of May 1st in her home. The prosecution had maintained Ed Kemper, yeah, Edmund Kemper. I did a story on him. Ooh, you learned to duck. That's sad. Sad. Mm. Um, the prosecution had maintained that the Murphy murder was racially motivated, resulting from what? So they're trying to say Mrs. Murphy is the fucking problem? First of all, her name's Mrs. Murphy. Is she married? No, that doesn't even make sense. Why do they keep calling her Mrs. Murphy? Like as if she doesn't. Exactly, Summer. Yep. Yeah, there shouldn't be any plea bargaining. In fact, they should torture them till they have to tell where they hid the bodies, in my opinion. Um, the Murphy murder. Why can't they call her Sylvia Murphy? Like, I don't know. Was racially motivated, resulting from Mrs. Murphy. So they're blaming the woman. Extramarital affair. So she was married. And that doesn't even make sense. Hold on a minute. Oh, that sucks, Summer, baby. Sorry about that. So, racially motivated, resulting from Mrs. Murphy's extramarital affair with a black man and her refusal to go beyond friendship with Deves. The prosecution maintained that. Why would they maintain that? Why would they victim blame like that? Huh? Ain't that crazy? They victim blame, man. The state sought a death sentence in the Murphy case, maintaining the killing was an unrelenting, brutal, violent murder. Why they gotta go into her having an extramarital affair, though? That's fucked up. Mrs. Murphy was Mrs. Murphy. She has a fucking name, you know? Just saying, in my opinion. Mrs. Murphy was stabbed 8 times in the kitchen of her home, Sylvia. Then was struck on the head with an electric can opener, a full half-gallon glass jar of apple juice. Okay. All right. Why even try this guy? Why not just off him? He stabbed her 8 times. First of all, where was her husband? Why would you let somebody 6'9" who obviously showed, I mean, he killed somebody in 1980. Obviously, cops couldn't find her in a stream. How was her body never recovered, first of all? That makes no sense. He says it himself. I went down to the bottom of the bridge. I don't know if she was dead at the time. It was only 25 feet down. Yeah, but I can understand that, Summer Baby, because they want to know, like, if they've got somebody kidnapped or something and they kill the person, then they can't tell them where they are. If they've got them somewhere. Says, I rolled her out into the water a little ways, and that was it. Into a stream. A stream, though. It's called a stream. Wow. Total different case. There's so many cases I just can't even imagine, man. God dang, man. This shit's messed up. Her husband didn't report her missing for 18 days. Who does that? I'll tell you what you don't get is news stories like this anymore. This is, from 1985, where they give you the full, you know, yeah, it almost seems like he didn't really do it, doesn't it? Like, why would the husband not report her for 18 days? Get this, it goes, he would have to serve a minimum of 30 years for the murder of Mrs. Murphy. As a part of the plea agreement, the state will not seek extended terms and will move to dismiss a weapons charge against Deves in the Murphy case. That charge, possession of weapon by a convicted felon. So he was already a convicted felon. Get this. That charge, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, was separated from the murder trial because it would have required testimony about Deves' criminal record, which includes convictions for assault and making terroristic threats. Okay, wait a minute. So basically, if they repeat a crime that they've done before, they get excused for it because they're not allowed to bring up their past crime, their criminal record. Exactly, paranormal. Ocean Township Police has suspected foul play in Mrs. Chamborne's disappearance and conducted an extensive search for her, including the issuance of state and national bulletins. Okay, so they didn't think she'd been murdered after 18 days. And she was 25 feet over a bridge, which could have been seen by the eye, into a stream. You didn't conduct too extensive of a search. Like as if the bar couldn't remember that she left with a guy that was 6'9". Mm-mm-mm. The bar couldn't remember who she left with. They couldn't see what was in walking distance. She walked. She walked out of their Logan Road home. Two hours after they left the bar. Even here, though, they keep calling them Mrs. Shamborns, Mrs. Murphy, like as if they had no identity other than their husband's last name. Since Lieutenant says Ocean had suspected foul play. Yeah, okay, they suspected foul play. And oh, really? Since Lieutenant William Lucia of the Monmouth County investigators developed information about Deeves' involvement in Mrs. Shamborn's disappearance while questioning him about Mrs. Murphy's murder, other efforts have been made to locate the woman's body and other evidence in the case. Okay, so where is the woman's body? It was a stream. Hazard said yesterday police scuba divers in a stream. Usually, how deep is a stream? I know they're relics. Relics. Isn't that sick? Did you know that? Sickness. Sick, 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 sick. Let me just tell you guys something. I don't know if you know this. At the end of the day, this is all about, the way women have been treated, really. And people like Tiffany M, in my opinion, are part of the problem, okay? Let me just tell you guys a little story here. Back in the day, which I found to be very disgusting myself. Hi, Ambrosia. This is Dick Richards. Good thing their name isn't Dick Trickle. Get this. No poorhouses existed in the early days of Cape Cod Colony. When land that belonged to men who had died could not be sustained by their families, it was disposed of by order of the general court, and the relics, which are the widows. Oh, I know, right, Summer? She's out of her fucking mind there. So, okay. So he got a plea bargain. Just because he's claiming he'll help find the Deeves body, not Deeves, I'm sorry, Shamborn's body. Her husband says he didn't report it right away because it was not uncommon for her to leave for some distances of time. Well, don't you think you guys should have been divorced? Yep, there were relics. TM, Stephanie, Sniff Sniff, Tiffany, Susie Cloud Kicker. Susie Cloud Kicker. Fish soup. Yeah. All right. So relics. Yep. Sometimes you can actually find on those old cemeteries. I did a couple of cemetery walks. Uh, right, Tina? Right? A couple of those cemetery walks I did. After reading this, and it says relics. It's disgusting. Get this. So it goes. The widows would be sold off, just like you said, like a belonging. Crying red. Sold off. Crazy, right? The annual process of selling bereaved wives became known as the widow's Vandu. Sick, right? They were sold for what was deemed as a widow's year and were often sold more than once. Disgusting. hmm Prices varied yearly, but in 1770, now that's like 6 years, right? 1776, fucking the bicentennial year, right? They weren't getting much freedom there. Right, Summer, but at least you weren't a widow in 1770 on Cape Cod, right? Says the average value of a widow was £3. As the women grew older and more feeble, so it was like they were done for. Uh, they were not valued as much, and some towns had difficulty disposing of them. Some women were reduced to as low as 9 pence per year, whereas a young, vibrant widow. So you couldn't even live as a young, vibrant woman. Like you couldn't sell off the place where you lived. And uh, I mean, I'm sorry. I don't think they can fool me into believing that they didn't have life insurance back then. I bet you they did. Um, whereas a young, vibrant widow could bring over £10. The expenses of keeping an ill widow always brought about much discussion, as the community didn't feel that it was their responsibility. Well, I bet you the widow didn't think she should have to be like at the mercy of the community to pay the doctor of the family who had purchased the widow's charge. Oftentimes, the townspeople argued that the family overworked and underfed her. Such expenses were usually determined in advance, and if those expenses were deemed to be excessive or unnecessary, the widow was forced to continue her service without further medical attention. Now, I correct me if I'm wrong, but is this not slavery? It is slavery. Rape on women, and the prevalent at that time, I would assume, was white in this particular incident that we're talking about. right? That's what gets lost in what's where I'm trying to think of translation or whatever. It just gets lost. That High Buns says it was written, I mean, that's a problem through the ages, no matter what color, for some, depending on where it was in history. You know, the Indian, Jews, so many. God, it happens. You know, it was written that an attractive widow had a good chance of being remarried within the year to a well off widower. For both men and women at this time believed it wise to console themselves as promptly as possible after a marital loss. What I realized was when I would do those cemetery strolls, I would see, oh wow, the guy, because I think a lot of the women would die in childbirth, right? But they would get married right away. My first thought was, oh, they were probably, you know, but I'm thinking that even for men, it says when land belonged to men who had died. So did women even get to own men? And I believe that some of that was like the Salem witch trials, you know? They were trying to get the freaking land from these women, burning them at the stake. It was basically an attack on poor people as a whole. Otherwise, why would they say men or women wise to marry quickly? Why would they say that? Even women from wealthy backgrounds would, surprisingly enough, get this. Now, how does this make any sense? So, say you came from a wealthy background, you had money to sustain yourself, okay? It says, would surprisingly enough have to endure the humiliation of a public auction. Now, I wonder if that has to do with basically they're spoilt. You know what I mean? Not spoiled, spoilt. They're not a virgin anymore. So now they're ruined. It doesn't matter how much money you have, bitch, you know? Basically, that's fucked up. So families who maybe their 20-year-old daughter married somebody and they're wealthy and all that stuff, and he dies, say, but they're like, okay, well, you can come back home and live with us. Yeah, exactly, crying red. Yep. And instead, they got to watch their daughter be auctioned off. I wonder if you could bid on your own child if you had money. Ain't that something? What if the widow was having an affair with the guy and they murdered her husband and then auctioned her off and the guy was rich enough to bid for her? Hmm. I could write a story about that. I bet. Anyway, in 1776. Now that's like our bicentennial year, right? Freedom, right? Right to liberty. A woman known as Mistress Lovell was set up for 1 year to Hosea Stevens for the for the sum of £9 and 6 shillings. So she must have been attractive because she brought more than £9. She was auctioned 8 more times over the following years. and each year she reportedly grew less and less appealing. What a shame. According to an account, her clothes were incredibly shabby. So much, so 8 times over the following, so much so that in 1782, that's 6 years later, what were they doing to this poor woman? That she went for over the price of an attractive widow. Wow. According to an account, okay, in 1782, she was in desperate need of a new shirt. Yeah, either way, you were screwed, Luna, because she was pretty. That she brought. It says a young, vibrant widow could bring over nine. I'm sorry, over 10 pounds. Well, she brought 9 pounds and 6 shillings. And by 6 years later, she was in desperate need of a new shirt. So her boobs were probably exposed. How awful. Oh my God. That is disgusting. They didn't even buy him a shirt. Oh my God. So all their clothes. No, it isn't trivia right now. No. Says the townspeople voted to purchase a shirt for her, and she was sold into service again soon after. Oh my God. This gentlewoman spent 7 years in servitude. Now, usually, isn't it after the seventh year you're out of servitude? Isn't that what that is? She died on a stormy night in September 1783. Wow. Unbelievable. She became a widow. Wow, in 1776. And 7 years later, after serving her 7 years in servitude, died. She shouldn't even have no debt, really. Her body was put into a poverty box used to bury those who did not have the means to purchase a coffin, and was laid under the pine trees near a local church. Her clothes were deemed unsuitable for her last entrance into the meeting house. A sailcloth was thrown over the coffin while the townspeople debated what to do with her. Finally, they decided that a sheet would be purchased for the widow to be buried in. Ugh. There's an extraordinary story that involves Jane Bumpus. How about that disturbing story, though? Hey, that involves Jane Bumpus, a widow of Sir Louis Bumpus, whatever, who came from France to the French colony in Canada and then migrated south. So it wasn't only Cape Cod. After her husband died, she was placed for auction, and when she was brought before the townspeople, she scowled and yelled out, "For shame!" Right, Crying Red? The minister instructed Jane to be quiet, and since she was a religious woman, she respected his wishes. Widow Bumpus came from a hearty stock and seemed to take care of herself. She was sold to several different families over the years, but each year she was sold at a lower price and forced to work even harder. Now, I'm sorry. Why did these slaves get forgotten? Oh my God. The widow was devoted to the children of these families and also to the ones who lived in the communities in which she served. So she was the same as, like, Mammy would be in later years when, wow. So these were like the first slaves right here, not the first slaves, but the first ones in America, I would say. After her husband died, she was placed for auction. Okay, so, okay. Devoted to the children. And when diseases like smallpox and diphtheria ran through the community, she would dismiss herself from her contracted service and go and nurse the suffering children. She would put little value on her own existence, and her dedication to these children won their devotion. In fact, many of them called her Aunt Jane. Yeah, because they were women. And it's getting to that point now, like femicide and sex trafficking. It doesn't matter what color, you know? Smart and outspoken. Yep, exactly. Smart and outspoken. She kept an eye on the townspeople too. Now, so she was actually a rat too, and she had no problem calling people out when she saw them breaking laws, such as not keeping the Sabbath. I bet you she was just trying to get back in favor with God, like keep herself in favor with God because of what was going on. She just probably hated those people, man. I can't imagine. During town meetings, the widow would show up and detail what she had witnessed, and then she would point out the offender. She made many enemies this way, and many continued to despise her even after she died. The vote came down that only a clean shift would be provided for her burial, with no white sheet to wrap her in. To add insult to injury, there was no formal announcements of her funeral. Only the minister showed up to the church to read services over her dead body. But when it was time to nail the coffin shut, the minister was shocked to find that it was completely empty. That doesn't even make sense. Yep, exactly, Tina. Further investigation revealed that four of the children, all of whom were under the age of 16, whom the widow had nursed back to health, were responsible. They had retrieved Jane's body and tenderly placed it in a oak coffin that they had carved by hand. Yeah, I don't believe that. Why would they carve an oak coffin, and how long did that take? The young men carried the widow's coffin into the woods and gave it a proper burial. I don't know about that. They covered her grave with the young men, though, the young men. So even to the end of her even after death, she was at the mercy of men, even 16-year-olds. They covered her grave with fresh pine boughs and flowers. That doesn't make sense. A handmade cross was placed there that read, Mistress Jean Bumpus, wife of Sir Bumpus of France. I'm gonna have to read more into Sir Bumpus, man. That don't even make sense. Does it make any sense, you guys? Well, she was white though, too, Tina. Even the way they refer to these people as mistress. You mean made up? I love the people in this room. You guys are, yeah, right? Mistress. Oh, curated doesn't mean that. No, you're not being sensitive. Not at all. Mistress, I mean, that doesn't seem even like right, does it? Now look it up. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna look up his name. Sear, whatever it is. Louis Bumpus. Actually, it's bump ass is how it's spelled. Bump ass. Kind of weird. Yeah, you can't find shit. I'm just saying. Hmm. All right, we'll try it the other way. My bio mom was a hoe. My mom was a hoe. My daddy's a Jew. Maybe I'm a hoe Jew. Sorry. I think I'm probably Mistress Jean Bumpus. I didn't know that Gail King caught her husband in bed with somebody naked. Of course, it has nothing of what I'm looking for, so you guys know. Lady of Poverty. I'm telling you, you can't look shit up. Widow's Auction. Let's look that up. You're leaving, huh? And what does that mean? Leaving on a jet plane. No, girl. You type in, did you mean Widow's Auction? Yeah, but we want to know what the fuck it means, man. auctions near me this weekend. I am. I don't know. So they don't even put that much in history. You know that? That's up. That is messed up. Don't know when I'll be back again. Oh, babe, I hate to go. I lost everything I was looking for. All right, I'm gonna look up Widows Van Du. Okay, this is an oldie. This was written in 1955. Get $5.55 in relief. Mr. Wiggin was given little assistance he needed for his family. Even cases requiring full assistance were sometimes not auctioned. Most of Andover's paupers were put on the block. Wow. Wow. Good night, Tina. Hi, Kim. So slavery was going on. Wow. The poor were contracted for rather than auctioned. Alton spent $20 in furnishing Widow Davis with a house in Wood in 1820. 2 years later, the town voted to give Daniel Wentworth $1 a week, in which to be disposed of. The poor to be disposed of. Lewiston, Maine, not infrequently reconsidered the vote to auction all the poor. Wow. Did you guys know that was going on? Oh my God. Lee, Massachusetts had sold the care of Marcy Backus to Samuel Porter for over 90 cents per week. But the very next month, it was noted that she was uneasy living with him. Wow. Holy crap. I mean, I do see a lot of distaste for people when they're saying, oh, they're playing the victim. It's the victim mentality. They're playing the victim. So I feel like it's becoming this type of society again where there's no sympathy for people who are down on their luck or something. They're actually victim blaming everyone. This is just unbelievable. It should be too that a pauper might be bid off to his mother. Oh, okay. So they could buy their own relatives. Now, God, could you imagine buying your own relatives back? Though the system of auctioning the poor was not an unmitigated evil in some places at some times, yet it was, this is disgusting, fundamentally and generally a cruel one. Perhaps no community pursued the goal of economical support of the poor with such great industry as did West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Wow. So they are. During 1790, for example, unfortunate William Hines found himself in January at Henry Madison's place. God dang. The breakup of families, which it frequently entailed. A prime consideration in bidding on a pauper was the amount of labor which could be expected from them. Wow. So it wasn't just women. Holy moly. Did you guys know this was going on back then? Yeah, but these aren't endangered servants. These are just poor people. They didn't come over like, and pay for their passage over. Wow. We find then such instances as Joshua Dix being taken in 1814 for 5 cents a week. Wow. $7 a year by the doctor. Oh my God. Christiana Lamfer for $1 for the year in 1801. Wow. So fucking sad. These paupers who fetched a premium were presumably mentally or physically defective persons who were town wards for as long as they lived. Some, however, might have been in a situation similar to that of Parker Marshall, a lazy fellow inclined to drinking, the father of 6 youngsters. In 1824, he and his family were sold for $51.42 for the year. Jesus. The care of Polly Crawford and her son were bid off for 13 cents per week, where with the provision that she is to have the liberty of supporting herself if she will. Hi, Coward Strikes Back. How is James Taylor? Yep. Debtor's prison. Debtor's prison. Yep. I bet. This is terrible, man. They were auctioning off poor people. Sometimes they were sold in lots. 5 paupers went to Captain Smith, 2 to William Hop, 2 to Alicia Brown. Oh my God. A town meeting in Baldwin, Maine in 1843 ordered that the poor be disposed of in parcels to the lowest bidders. So the rich people who would bid for them would get the money. They were given this guy was given $371 for caring for them. Uh, uh, mm. Once in a while, it says one family, the Gold family, was allowed to keep their children. So the paupers of Cumberland, Rhode Island were boarded separately until 1807 when Absalom Ballou, I'd love to look him up, took all of the town's poor for $600, except the Gould children who were left with their parents. He being the lowest bidder. Isn't that odd? The lowest bidder? The town reverted to the old system of, now see, so they called it vendoing, not auctioning. And that's how they've gotten away with it all these years. Because I'd never really heard of that word. Vendoing, Venduing. So by using that word, I believe this was able to be hidden. I just can't believe that this type of slavery hasn't been combined with the same type of slavery, because it really kind of was. I mean, these people probably were offered a, who knows? I don't know. Any way you look at it, it's inhumane, no matter who it's done to. Wow, that's just so horrific, man. Uh, Auctioning the care of paupers to the lowest bidder. I don't understand that, the lowest bidder. So the South was using the vendue system too. In Virginia, 1829, the poor were not taken care of. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Indiana. Oh my God. Never, right? Freedom of religion, right? Yeah. Oh, did they? Cal? I'm blown away. I'm blown away. So that woman didn't even stay alive, that one that they had auctioned, that Madam Lovell or Mistress Lovell. 7 years. Wow. Up till the 1850s. And then the Civil War started in the 1860s. So, but what made that stop? Or did it ever? Man, I'm in shock right now. Because another thing is that in the years after the Civil War, probably during, and we didn't even know about it, just like you said, in my Vendu, I've never heard of it. Wow. So, holy shit, man. These people were doing this shit. Wow. The poor was in the very face of all laws. The selling of the poor. Oh my God. Thus, he and another miserable human being barely subsist on what would hardly comfortably maintain himself alone. So it's always been about the poor. White bondage in antebellum South Carolina. Wow. Sorry, I just am so in shock right now. I'm in shock that this has been hidden. God, I get. Oh, really? Oh, that's disgusting. How disgusting. I can't believe that. There was no other bathrooms. Oh my God, they should get sued for that. And that's why I don't like to do a lot of this kind of research and stuff, because I get all fucking pissed off, man. It's just unbelievable. Man, I just can't even understand this. Read a petition by a white lawyer from Charleston to ratify to free a black woman. See, they've buried this. They buried this, and it's still buried. Man, unbelievable. Child labor was so bad. They didn't care color wise, but see, that's the thing. See, united we stand, divided we fall. The more they bury this stuff, the more divided it could be. Like if they're not going to teach about, They should be able to teach about this too, because I typed in white bondage at antebellum South Carolina, which the last book, which was an older, like would probably be considered like microfiche or something, you know what I'm saying? Um, mentioned it as one of their reference guides, and uh, figures, right? We're just talking about women's rights and white bondage. Okay. See, that's why I like Google better. May the 2nd, 1781. Oh, God, for the sale of my wife? What the heck? Oh, my God. Unbelievable. Hi, Crying Red. Hi, I'm about buying and selling human beings. Just so crazy. But they keep going back to African American, and they're just skipping the fact that it was not just African American. Mm-mm. It's fucked up. It's fucked up to make it look like it was a color issue when it never was, according to what we're saying here, according to what we're seeing. That's fucked up. And you can't. No, they don't. Wow. Wow. Oh, just blacks, 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 it says. Holy mother of God. They're burying a whole fact that it's not, it's about poor. They don't like poor. Mm. Look at this. Wow, this is something interesting. Free blacks in the antebellum period, those years of the formation of the Union until the Civil War were quite outspoken about the injustice of slavery. It was also more difficult for them to organize and sustain churches, schools, or fraternal orders such as the Masons. Why would they even bring up the fucking Masons? You know what I mean? See, of course they bring them up. Yeah, but listen to this. One of the most celebrated early black writers, African born Phyllis Wheatley, was captured when she was about 8 years old and sold to the Wheatley family in Boston. Captured from where? Okay. As a household servant, educated by her Boston owners. The girl showed amazing aptitude. Soon she was writing and publishing poetry. This work, published in England, where British social leaders received and entertained Wheatley, this woman was affirming that Wheatley was a woman of unmixed African ancestry. She discovered she discusses her okay, but this is in 1773. But in the meantime, hi Jocelyn. Oh, I know. Yeah, right, crying red. Like in the meantime, here's white families that were being sold off. Here's another one. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't African ones too, but look at this. Prince Hall, founder of the African American Masonic Order. In 1735, African American Masonic leader Prince Hall, believed to have been born in Barbados in 1735, was a Revolutionary War veteran. He received a charter from England in 1787 to establish the first African American Masonic Lodge in the United States. In this 1797 address, Hall charges his brother Masons to respect and help each other, work to end slavery, except for the poor people. It didn't matter what color. It didn't matter what color. Thing is that what stopped that? What stopped that? What stopped white vendors, as they call them? Hmm. There's a Potter's Field, Pauper's Field cemetery. I did a video of it. You can really only see, and there's not names on them. It's just numbers. So even the widows that were called relics, right, that died, had a gravestone. There was even less than that that just got a number. It's just numbers, but they're in the ground. It's not even like anything you can really see. You can only see maybe a couple of them are still able to be seen. And it's so small. I mean, my God, I mean, either they were burying them one on top of the other, or, and who's got those numbers anymore? They had no name, they were numbers. They were numbers. My phone. Numbers. They probably died long before they got to write anything for history. You look them up and you can't even find them anyway. I mean, they're pretty much basically way more disposable. Wicked disturbed by this shit, man. So fucking can't even find anything. You type it in. Yes, history is written by the victor. I said that to Lemon tonight. Isn't that funny? Lemon, that's what I love about these people in this room, because I feel like we are so very similar, you know? I really do. We got a good group here that care about stuff. Man, you can type in widows auction and there's fucking nothing. They hid it. They like hid this history. Just sick about it, man. Unbelievable. Wow. Fucked up shit. What the fuck is this? Okay to sell a widow's home over a $6 bill. Judge rules. What? Get the hell out of town. Okay. This is in April 2014. The judge refused to reverse the sale of a $280,000 house at a tax auction 3 years ago over $6.30 in unpaid interest. I paid everything and didn't know about the $6.30, and the house is to be sold for that. Wow. She had previously owed other taxes, but at the time of the sale, she owed just $235. There's no doubt she had actual receipt of the notification of the tax sale. Moreover, the notice of the sale was sent by first class mail and not returned. Well, if it wasn't returned, then wouldn't that mean that possibly she didn't get it? That's totally negates the use of first class mail having to be returned. How can he say there's no doubt that she had actual receipt? Yes, they do, crying red. I agree. In my opinion, in your opinion, the property sold for 116,000. Wow. So the attorney for the purchaser doesn't have to return the phone call, but the fucking woman. Wow. Wow. Says her husband handled the paperwork for the property's taxes before he passed away in 2004. It's bad. She had some hard times. I guess her husband. Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. Where is Highland Park? Is that in Michigan? Yeah, they do. They do. Welcome, Jocelyn. I thought of you today. I thought of you today. And I thought how nice that you finally, had watched enough and then said something the other night. And I know that we all, our first instinct is to like be like, is it somebody, is that somebody, but we also know that some people don't always speak up right away. And I didn't want to tell you. I meant to say that. I meant to say thank you for coming in. Hi, lucky girl. To say thank you for coming in and being here. I appreciate that. I really do. So this guy, Bobby Cremo, is being questioned in connection with the sniper attack that killed 6 and wounded dozens. How did they not find the guy? Did they find the guy? What happened? Yeah, I guess not. After a day-long manhunt, Illinois police have taken in the person of interest wanted in connection with the sniper attack. God, that just doesn't. 21 years old. I mean, that's a child, just like Donna Chilton. Spotted the car he was believed to be driving after a gunman perched on a rooftop fired a high-powered rifle indiscriminately. Well, then why would he need to be a sniper if it was indiscriminately? Listen, he was arrested. Wait a minute. Oh, so he was arrested. So that doesn't sound like they're really sure. Stupid dog. Okay, so what is that supposed to be? I started walking, figuring I could help or something. I couldn't. There was blood all over the. But yeah, have we spoken to any of the people? Hmm. What's always kind of baffled me is, you remember when Kennedy was shot and it was a convertible? Why didn't they put the top up on the rest of the drive to the hospital? Ah, what a lovely way to go. Lucky girl. And you might say, wow, that's so weird of a thing to say. But I couldn't think of any better way as a mother or as a daughter or as anybody who loves somebody who's passing to go. So gifted, so blessed right there. So blessed to be able to say goodbye and let her know she was loved, you know? So blessed. So blessed. The worst thing I think that most people fear is dying alone. So blessed. I know. I saw that. Yes, but that really isn't true. Tower Strikes Back, because as for, displaying subscriber accounts, making it harder to impersonate people, you can usually tell, like, if somebody doesn't have the same videos as you, then obviously it's not them. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be that subscriber accounts have to be exposed. It should be that people can't make an account as the same person. That is something, man. That doesn't look right. Mm-mm. Why would she be walking over blood like that? Oh, no, 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 no. No, they wouldn't let that be happening. No. Oh, don't be silly. No way. No, 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 no. They would never, 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 ever, ever have that. Mm-mm. No, never. That is not correct right there. Let's see. It is. There's no way this picture is like real. I don't even think the Daily Beast is like a real. I mean, there's no way. This is not correct. Okay, this is not correct. Yeah, no. Okay, so Highland Park is a Chicago suburb of rich people or whatever, I guess. Okay. Well, they wouldn't allow somebody. Yes, I get. Mm-hmm. I used my real name too in the beginning. Isn't that terrible? I did. There's no way this kid did this. Yeah. This shit's like the Manchurian candidate. Either that or these kids are watching. No. Come on. He's like a little kid. A significant amount of digital evidence. Okay, so who dropped the ball there? If there's a significant amount of digital evidence, then who dropped the ball? That is something. Wow. I mean, obviously, how could anybody get a fair trial anyway when with the internet? Do you know what I'm saying? Well, if you were me, you'd understand why hiding him. No, he was at 167,000 when I was there. How the pot? Yes, 7 people dead and 30 others injured. Okay, 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 okay. But he planned it for weeks, and there's loads of electronic evidence. So when the whole electronic evidence that Travis Scott and the Astro World thing had twittered out, or whatever it is, twittered out, something like that, to rush the stage at a certain point. And could that be planned? Well, I think it's not class action. I think it's more than a civil, right? Any way you look at it, it's a crime. That's what I was thinking, the sacrifice thing. How odd is that? The shooting also resulted in the 2-year-old son of deceased victims, Irina and Kevin McCarthy, becoming an orphan. The uninjured toddler was discovered by strangers following the shooting, according to Chicago. A GoFundMe page quickly established to support his family and has gained nearly $1 million as of Tuesday evening. Right, but the only ones who really benefit from that are yeah, and didn't he crash the guy's car too? Tom Reed named himself Awake and became a rapper and tattooed it on his face. Wow. I know you're kidding. Primo was taken into custody within hours of the shooting. Now, but he was able to leave. He pre-planned this attack for several weeks. I wonder who's going to be taking care of that $1 million for that kid. But an attorney had not been allowed to visit him in jail and only spoke to him for about 10 minutes by phone. Wow. 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 That's something. So there we go again. With the stricter rules on social media, no, I don't even believe that. Don't even believe it. Same with the Boston Marathon kid there. He didn't do that. Wow. VP Kamala Harris. Oh, that's very strange, isn't it? Why did they put that in the timeline? Wait 1 second. Hold a minute here. What is this? July 5th, 2022. Now they're going down some kind of thing here. I don't know. Attorney releases statement. VP. Come on. Oh, okay. Okay. Dark figure holding rifle Wait a second. Suspected Highland Park shooter kicked out of the synagogue during Passover. Something's weird about this. Well, that's kind of there. Robert, and they put in quotations, Bobby. Like that's his criminal name. That's his dark criminal name, Bobby. Do the rest. Ah. Mm-hmm. No, I don't even believe that though. No, I don't. I believe Joe Birdie, in my opinion. Please don't let me get killed for saying it. In my opinion. In my opinion. Joe Birdie. Joeberti did it. In my opinion. In my opinion. In my opinion. In my opinion. There is also evidence implying interest in former President Donald Trump and the European alt-right. Excuse me. Yeah, that sounds strange. No. Mm-mm. There's no litter on that street. Not at all. For a parade? Oh, hell no. There's not one bit of litter there. Mm-mm-mm. Not a piece of litter. Not a piece of litter. There's no way in hell. No way. No way. No way. Okay, wait, there's one little green bottle. That's it. And a parade was there? No. No. And then look up Joe Birdie. I think he had something to do with, in my humble opinion, with the West Texas plant explosion, and prior to that, the Boston Marathon. Yes, how pristine, right, Crying Red? How pristine. You mean people had just run from that scene and there's not a speck of litter? Not even overturned chairs, yeah. In fact, they're all still, yeah. Mm-mm. How convenient they all brought red ones too. I mean, come on now. Uh-uh-uh. The whole entire length of it. There's no way that nobody else there had a camera like the Las Vegas shootings. There's no way. Ooh, has anything like that been released? Anything like that? Anybody's cameras? Anybody's personal anyone's personal videos, camera? I'll have to take a look, Crying Red. And he shot at the police, huh? Hmm. Yeah, I get the Vegas ones got out, but a lot of the Vegas ones, I don't know if she's an escort. She doesn't even need to escort anybody, in my opinion. She can just lay on a Susie Cloud kicker bed and do what she does, you know what I'm saying? Not trying to be a dick or anything. Did you read Joe Birdie's? Did anybody read about Joe Birdie? It sure is. Sure is, Jocelyn. You're right about that. Read about, just look him up real quick. Joeberti. Take a look at who took the pictures for the West Texas fertilizer plant explosion for the Associated Press. Check the name of the person who took those pictures and the name of the person who crossed the finish line and is in the pictures that the Associated Press. It's Berti. Berti. And instead of thinking how suspicious, within 2 days of each other, this guy is at an explosion. And they call him the luckiest man alive. So apparently, on the Donna Hilton story that we were researching, right? Every time we looked up somebody else that was involved in that case, it kept coming back. Within 2 days. Within 2 days of each other, he was the first person crossing the finish line, and he was the person who took the pictures of the West Texas fertilizer explosion that the Associated Press used. And they describe him as the luckiest man alive. The day of that marathon, it was extremely hot. And yet they have his wife in a picture where she's got this big, huge quilted jacket on. But I know for a fact it was extremely hot because a lady that I worked with had volunteered to give out water. They also had released a wrong picture of the person but that kid who they released was a Brown University student that ended up found dead. No, he's from Texas. You would think after, yeah, there's some very strange thing there. Oh, who, the kid that they had put wrong? Nope, he was from, his family was like from Rhode Island or something like that, and they found him dead in the water. But the family, when they saw that he had been accused, and it was his face, since they had already reported him missing, they were like, oh, he's still alive. But he wasn't. And here they are saying that he was alive and at a bombing and pinpointed him as being the suspect. He was the first one that they showed the picture of him and named him. But he had been reported missing. He was a Brown University student. How do they change the face and the name? That's strange. So it says that on March 20th, 1985, Donna Hilton and three female accomplices drugged and kidnapped 62-year-old Long Island real estate That doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense. Says her trial. This I'm back to Donna Hilton. Mm-hmm. Yeah, out of all those people, the first one they pick is a kid that's been reported missing and then turns up dead. All of those kids those two kids that they accused, God knows where he is, by the way. I mean, and because they can broadcast the Amber Heard trial, but they can't broadcast his trial. And they just pictures. Yeah, like nobody carries backpacks. Nobody might, all their friends were killed. All their friends were killed. Wow. So basically, they go from saying, "Oh wow, check this." So basically, the guy, for the Donna Hilton case, that Louis Miranda, who was like a vicious loan shark, said that she had said that Louis Miranda threatened to kill her 4-year-old daughter if she didn't cooperate. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, but you just can't click. You know how you have the blue, they highlight the names and you can click on them. I even wrote in the Louis Miranda name and it does not go to it. There's nothing, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I will then. I'm about. What made you go watch it? The Donna Hilton one. Oh, she's just like a kid there. That's terrible. But none of the people who physically tortured her growing up got tried or anything. And you've got douchebag Tiffany Moses, Mosher, Hoser, Dozer. I'm not sure of what her name really is, but I'm really not sure. But they said he showed up to that house for a date. You know what I'm saying? Ah, very good. I like that. So the other one there is Let's look up what this guy. So basically, is she the only one that got any kind of time for this? Oh, a friend of mine one time was moving my friend's bed, and she had one of those black lacquer ones. She's not scarier than cancer. Crying red. Um, and he was moving her bed. It was like one of those black lacquered, with the mirror headboards and shit. And he said, "Oh, what's this freaking Susie Cloud kicker bed?" It was funny to me. Donna was trying to build her portfolio and needed more money in order to do so. Donna's dream to become a model clouded her judgment. In 1985, her friend Maria Taylor introduced her and two other women, sorry, I sound like Nitty, uh, to Louis Miranda, that she would give her $9,000 if she witnessed a rape. Wow, that's kind of weird. Uh, that's strange. Donna was the first one caught. She was labeled as the leader. Wow. Donna wanted to back out, but and Lewis, Miranda and Lewis Miranda, threatened her and her family. Donna was required to do all the driving, which eventually led her being caught. So let me get this straight, Tiffany M. No, she didn't. Thank you, Jocelyn. No, she didn't. She didn't. Did she say she did? You heard it in her voice? You heard her say that in her voice. Did she say that in her voice? She's gonna like a nonsense. Uh, she said she didn't. Yeah, she didn't. She didn't. She didn't. She just took the rap because she was the first one fucking only because. So you figure, so because they got a partial license plate number because the guy was threatening her 4-year-old daughter. And this is the person that, let's just do a refresher, shall we? Let's do a little refresher here. Oh my God, these animals are killing me. Right. I don't believe she did. She said she broke down crying when she heard the guy had died because she wanted to back out. And Yeah, let's just do a little refresher here.
Because she was too fucking lazy to earn the money she needed.
Hilton is a member of the Coalition for Women Prisoners. She spoke at the Women's March in Washington today. Welcome to our broadcast. Thank you for
Yes, and Tiffany refers to him as a homo.
a member of the Coalition for Women Prisoners. She spoke at the Women's March.
It gets louder.
Today, welcome to our broadcast. Thank you for having me. Donna, why did you come out today?
It gets louder.
Well, first of all, you first said I'm a woman.
Okay, so I want to make sure I have this correct. So we're saying that millions of women exercise their rights and freedoms by going on a march where they openly, freely, and without recrimination spoke their minds without censorship about how they are oppressed, aren't free to do as they please,
Yes.
and don't have rights.
And yet, Roe versus Wade has been overturned. Sniff, sniff.
Okay, that checks out.
That was a woman that spent 27 years in prison, and we are the most marginalized of this demographic, right?
Okay, wait, let me understand what she just said. She spent 27 years in prison.
And I would suggest, sniff, sniff, that you do at least 30 minutes of the amount of investigating and research that I have done on this. Try to find anything on any of those other people. It says 7 people in custody, honey. Tell me about the other 6. I challenge you, sniff, sniff. Tell me about the other 6.
That's a long time. So her crime had to have been pretty severe. And when I looked into this woman, her crime, in fact, was very severe. She murdered a man, but not only did
obviously you didn't look into her.
she murder a man, her and 3 of her friends did this all for $9,000.
Okay, actually, it says 7 people were in custody. Evidently, you just have something against a Black, strong woman marching on women's rights.
So she could expand on her modeling portfolio. I'm not even joking with you. Let me read you a little excerpt of a summary of what she did.
Now, she adds her own words to it. She reads what's not written there. It's not the same as what's written.
Donna Hilton, a Black feminist who tortured, sodomized, gang raped, and murdered a
It
white...
doesn't even say that. What she's showing on the screen, it does not say that.
Man, in order to earn $9,000 for her modeling portfolio, is celebrated and praised as a hero by the mainstream press, and was
Why isn't she showing that and her source of that article instead of showing this?
invited to speak at the Women's March. For over 2 weeks, Donna Hilton tortured a kidnapped white real estate agent by crushing his testicles with a pair of pliers, beating him, burning
Nowhere did it say that.
him, starving him, and sodomizing him with a 3-foot metal bar.
Nowhere does it say that.
Police were not sure exactly when the victim died, but he was being tortured for at least 15 days. Donna Hilton justified shoving the 3-foot metal bar up.
No, that's not even what she's reading, because what it says is one of the accused was later asked, one of the accused. She puts Donna Hilton.
His rectum by stating he was a homo.
And then right under it, it goes, Donna Hilton was assigned the task of delivering the ransom note. And her license plate. But basically, they were threatening to kill her 4-year-old little girl. And this woman, and I use that term loosely, Tiffany M.
Anyway, when I stuck the bar up his rectum, he wiggled.
She's making it up herself because she goes, it says one of the accused was later asked why they presumed Bigelow was a homosexual. When I stuck the bar up, he wiggled. came the response. It doesn't say Donna Chilton did it.
When he stuck the bar up his rectum, he whipped the bar up his rectum by stating he was a homo anyway. When I stuck
It doesn't say he was a homo anyway. She reads that. That's something she put in herself.
the bar up his rectum, he wiggled.
And we are the most
That is not saying that it was her saying that.
marginalized of this demographic, right? We continue to be silenced, we continue to be debated, we continue to be vilified and dehumanized. And so it was my purpose today to stand up and to bring us into this moment and say, here, we're here and we're relevant, and you must hear our stories. Our stories are
Because her story didn't get heard. And apparently, people named Tiffany Susie Cloudkicker can't even read them and relay them right. Now, why she wouldn't have put whatever story she was supposedly reading from on the screen, as opposed to something that says exactly not the same as what she was reading. I see that this woman ended up taking the rap for it because she was the first one arrested, but it certainly wasn't a girl gang. I think you need to snap the hell out of it, okay? Tiff Sniff?
because we are in a situation or have been in a situation we're in because of things just like this is about
Okay, mind blown. The fact that this woman has the
Possibly if you had a mind.
audacity to sit there with a straight face and say, we are marginalized, we are vilified, and our stories deserve to be heard because we have been put there in these situations where we spent 27 years in prison is
What a douche.
basically what she's saying because of things just like this.
What's
Bitch,
your point?
You're crazy because you should still be sitting in prison for the crimes you committed. You are a
You're a douchebag. Sniff, sniff.
monster. Monster is being too kind. The fact that you have the nerve to be walking free on this earth and have the
She has the nerve.
ability to speak to a bunch of retards.
Oh my. Yeah, she was adding those words. It didn't say that in the article that she was showing on the screen. She was adding them.
Is ludicrous. The man you murdered cannot do these things that you're doing today.
rights in general. I mean,
What do you know about the man she murdered? His name? Anything other than his color? Tiffany?
today, but this has really touched the nerve. We were just with Lucia Franco in Brazil. We were with Stephanie Freed in Israel. In every country, there are issues. So I want to be clear, and I think I was trying to make that statement early enough, and have saying this all day, that we have always been in this moment. We have always had this problem. It's not about a Trump. It's not about any one male person. It's just been a mindset, a mentality.
Yes, it has. In my opinion, this woman is correct.
The behavior that's been perpetrated forever against women. And so what has happened is that he has allowed people to think, oh my God, this is happening. It always happens. And if you're a black and brown woman, we know it's been happening. The majority of prisons and jails.
Well, the only reason why a lot of white women didn't know it's been happening to white women and the whole slavery thing as well is because while researching, same with your case, Donna Hilton, while researching the names of these other people that were involved in that crime, very limited information. Limited information about the widows Vendus or whatever, Vendus. Happened at the same time that black families were being sold off. They didn't call them auctions, they called them vendors. Go ahead, look them up. Can't find much. Same thing that I can't find much in the way of the other 6 people and what happened to them. She took the rap.
With black and brown women. And why is that? Because of this dehumanization. We are criminalized for our color, we are criminalized and sexualized.
But according
I had to stop this right here because if I listen to this woman say one more thing.
according to a lot of the research we did tonight, It doesn't matter what color you are. If somebody has enough money, they will dehumanize you. Because Louis Miranda, the person that she got in trouble with, the guy that was going to say murder your 4-year-old. True, I'm about right. What color was he? What color was he? I don't think the color of the person that crime got put on was anything to do with white or black, Tiffany. I think that man that told her he was going to kill her black 4-year-old daughter if she didn't witness a rape or whatever the case may be, deliver on the limited information that can be found, it feeds right into ignorant people like Tiffany M, in my opinion.
I'm going to seriously pound my head through a wall. She is
If
seriously
only.
sitting there talking about the dehumanization and sexualization of black and brown women after she raped, kidnapped, tortured, and then subsequently
And
murdered.
yet in her pictures that are on her screen, on her yep, I read exactly. Poverty. Did she really? Wow, I'm about. Her meme that she puts up in her video, it says, I want equality, but I also want special treatment. Now that's a white woman in her meme. She basically just looks at herself as a sex object. She's fine with that,
Murdered
in
a
my
white
opinion.
man because she was too fucking lazy to earn the money she needed to expand her modeling portfolio.
Yeah, it wasn't because the guy was threatening to kill her 4-year-old.
Are you kidding me right now? Like, I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. This is insanity. And
Your insanity. Sniff, sniff. It's insane that your first clue that you're a liar is that you said this got 40,000 views, but it got 19,000 views.
oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Okay, I'm just going to say this. This monster, this subhuman beast who should be spending the rest of her days in a jail cell staring at a concrete wall.
Subhuman. Now we read about Donna Hilton, I'm sorry, look at it. Donna Hilton's history, being sexually abused. Basically sex trafficked. She was 20 years old. She had a 4-year-old daughter. And another one that doesn't get mentioned. I really would like to know what happened to the one. Unless that is the 4-year-old, because the other, so she ended up with it. Okay, so she ended up with the child. Okay, so she had one already. From the guy that lived upstairs from her, the adult, when in the late summer of when she was 14. And the math tutor was sexually, molesting her at that time. Here's another thing, too. She was born in 64, right? Is that what they said? Did they say 64? I believe so. I mean, just imagine though. Obviously, if she had a child at 16, so at 20 she had a 4-year-old, her story of being at the mercy of men at a young age could be true. Donna Hilton. She's at the mercy of men at a young age. What makes Tiffany think that it's so untrue that this person, this Louis Miranda, who was known as a loan shark, and it was him who was the mastermind behind it all? This girl had a job in a gift shop, 20 years old, had a 4-year-old daughter, came from a very rough, you know, upbringing. What is wrong with this Tiffany here? Why is she so evil?
She does not represent me.
No,
These
she
women
doesn't.
out there dressed like vaginas, crying and whining about the sexualization
Yes,
of women.
but you had a dildo up your ass.
Don't represent me. You hypocritical idiots. Bitching and cursing and acting like just a bunch of unintelligent clowns. You don't
You are a douchebag, if I've ever heard one.
represent me. You don't represent strong women.
You're not a
You are.
strong woman. You are disgusting. You're an epic fail as being a strong woman. You're an epic fail. You thought your womanly wiles or whatever it is, you know, you thought you were the Mata Hari of YouTube. Jealousy, I would say, crying red. And in fact, though, you aren't. So you either enjoy being exploited by men, well, that's my decision. You enjoy being exploited by men and harassing other women. You're disgusting, in my opinion.
Are all a joke. You're a joke.
You're a joke.
You're talking about
butt.
the sexualization of women. Okay.
Dildo butt. Now she goes into her justification for it because she's horny.
People are sexual creatures. That is
Sexual creatures. Then she goes into her justification that that's why they reproduce. That's what they're supposed to do. But dildos don't reproduce.
our natural existence of being. If we weren't, we wouldn't exist.
Dildos aren't
God, you're a bunch
natural.
of idiots.
Exactly. Now, let's take a little look-see at some more lies. Look at this shit. Arrest her, then execute her. How the fuck is a sadistic murderer get given a platform and then play the victim? Is Ted Bundy going to be hailed as a feminist icon? Well, no. Richard Sharp, don't forget about Manson. He is a victim too. What the fuck? The world is going nuts. What is their problem with people who have been traumatized and have been victimized? I don't know. In my opinion, it seemed that way. Then they go, Richard Sharp, agree, support Trump. Wow. That woman didn't even, what on earth? We're criminalized by our color. Bitch, you tortured a man to death and try to talk about skin color and oppression. I just can't even think of why anybody would listen to her. The guy she tortured was white. Totally agree. This march was a disgrace for all those women. Those crazy bitches don't represent any of the women I know. That monster should be in jail for life for the crime she committed. What about the other 6 people? Support Trump. Well, there you go. We need to bring back the death sentence nationwide. I'm sick of supporting these worthless beings in and out of jail. Somebody should take her out for her crime. And I'm not talking about dinner and a movie. Haven't been this angry for a long time. What exactly are you angry about? Mo and mutt, whatever it says. What are you angry about? What she did is premeditated. Shut up, no pointer. Your opinion is null and void. CK1 Abe said, this is 1 hour ago. I know that I'm 5 years behind the 8 ball with this video, but she's definitely wrong about the numbers of women to men in jail and their prison. I didn't hear her say anything about the numbers. No, they're not. I really can't find much on them, to be honest. I mean, let's try this one. Let's take a look and see if we can find this Maria Taylor. Very difficult to find any of them. Is it Taylor? Yeah, I think so. But just so you know, there's an Aaron something from Alaska, and the cops didn't look for her killer either. Yeah, this she's Spanish, looks like. But to be honest with you, man, you can't find shit. You can't find shit about these others, man. Body of Long Island. Okay, so this is April 7th, okay? This is one day before the Tiffany article that she was doing. These motherfuckers, man. You can't find shit. Blur it out. I can't fucking read it. Oh, okay, here we go. April 7th, 1985. Aaron what? No, I got it here. The body of a Long Island real estate broker who had been kidnapped March 20th was found stuffed in a trunk in a Harlem apartment last night, the police said. Now, here's what I would like to know. Here's what I would like to know. Between March 20th and April 7th, between March 20th and April 7th, what were the cops doing to find this guy? Whether he was black or white, what were the cops doing to find this guy? No. The guy who, the Louis Miranda guy, who was a loan shark, right? Threatened to kill her kid. And the other guy had borrowed $161,000 from Louis Miranda. Hi, Tiffany H. So basically, the only way that they even bother to find this Thomas Vigliarolo, right? Should had been beaten to death, had been beaten to death, and had been dead for 4 or 5 days. So, but how were the cops trying to even find him at all? So the only way they got it was that they forced her to deliver the ransom note, or said they were going to kill her kid, her 4-year-old little girl. And Tiffany M calls her a monster. Now they've gone from saying he was stuffed in a trunk, found stuffed in a trunk in a Manhattan apartment, to saying in a Harlem apartment. Apparently that's another thing. See, this is so choppy, the story. The business business partner had reported him missing because he had gone to meet a client. Now they also had said he had gone to meet a date named Maria Taylor. Then they said, oh, this Donna woman and her 2 accomplices. No, she didn't even kill him. No, she delivered the note because they threatened to kill her kid. Very convoluted. Yep, exactly. That's the word I was searching for. So it's a gang, and they arrested 7 members of what was said to be a kidnapping gang at 4 different locations in Manhattan, and charged them with murder. The Nassau County Police began searching for Mr. Vigliarola on Wednesday. Okay, on Wednesday. So this is April 7th, this story is 1985. Now, I don't know what day that would be, but I guess they just started searching for him on Wednesday. After an envelope containing a tape recording and photographs of Mr. Vigliarola and a demand for $439,000 had been dropped at the office of a business associate in a building at 50 Lindbergh Boulevard in Garden City, Long Island. Their investigation eventually led them to an Upper West Side car rental shop where they arrested 3 men. Hold on a minute. She got framed, man. And I mean, she got snowed. I don't know. So they went to a Upper West Side car rental shop where they arrested 3 men. These men led them to a Harlem apartment. Isn't that a poor place? Like a high roller. That's part of the story, in quotations. The sergeant described Mr. Vigliarola as someone who talked like a high roller. How did the sergeant know that he talked like a high roller? He said Mr. Vigliaroli identified himself as a real estate broker and an investment broker who arranged deals. Mr. Vigliaroli's wife, Nancy, last saw him on the morning of March 20th, sometime between 2 p.m. He left her a note saying he was driving to New Jersey to keep a business appointment, but he never reached New Jersey. He made one stop, the sergeant said. He was grabbed at that one stop at 65th Street in Woodside, Queens. In Queens, Mr. Vigliarola visited Maria Teresa Taylor. So wait a minute, it was a rental car? So the license plate number wasn't even her car. The wife reported her husband missing. So the police dropped the ball, basically. Thank you, Tiffany A. So she reported her husband missing on March 22nd, but it was not until the envelope with the kidnapper's demands was dropped off last week that the police believed he had been kidnapped. So basically, sniff, sniff. Basically, you didn't do any research into this case because the police didn't believe that this man that they describe as a high roller that his wife reported missing 2 days after he had gone didn't look for him. In a search of Miss Taylor's home, which I have just looked up, was the Maria Taylor, right? Couldn't find nothing on her. Sergeant Wagner said the police found the name of a car rental agency on West 96th Street on the tape of a telephone answering machine. They arrested 3 men at the agency yesterday, and after interrogating them, went to a Harlem apartment where they arrested 2 more suspects. They arrested another suspect at 52nd Street and a 7th at the Milford Plaza Hotel. So she wasn't the first one that they arrested. She was the last one because that's where she was working, in the gift shop. Wow. She wasn't involved. She reported him missing. They didn't believe her. If there was life insurance involved, trust me, they would have accused her as well. But yeah, the other 6 people were never I mean, where's their records? I typed their names in. Where's their record? A girl gang. Yes, it was a murder that required 10 detectives in Long Island and 9 in New York City working overtime to break the case. Sure, sure they did. Once he was dead, they shut him up in a footlocker to decompose. She has haunted me from the first moments I walked through the gates of the Bedford facility. So they're talking about Donna Hilton. Why do you say he fucked the wife? Why do you think he fucked the wife? Thank you, crying man. I don't think he. I don't think the wife had anything to do with it. I think he was a cheat. You know. Um. But there's all different accounts. Now it says Hilton has 15 more years to go on a sentence of 25 years to life. Why does she have 15 more years to go on a sentence of 25 years to life? She had been in there 10 years, right? The sentence is 25 years to life. How do they know that she has 15 more years to go? I mean, that she's going to get out. The victim. Okay, now here's the thing. Here's the thing, too. Now, here's another thing, victim shaming. The wife wasn't involved. The victim was 63-year-old Thomas Biglero, a balding real estate broker. It says, con man. What? This is from Psychology Today. And they couldn't have an editor or a proofreader take the words C-U-M, out of that. Psychology Today doesn't have a proofreader to remove the word C-U-M. A balding real estate broker called con man. So there's some victim blaming. Whose partner in crime he was a loan shark. He wasn't a Louis Miranda. Thought Viglero had swindled him out of $139,000 on a mutual con. The two men had sold shares in a New York City condo and meant to pocket the money for themselves, but Miranda hadn't gotten his share. Yeah, not correct. Not true. The two men had so many potential cons going on, according to New York City William Sperling. It took me 3 months to catalog them. Wait a minute. No. Miranda had. It took me 3 months to catalog them. They were contemplating kidnapping a judge in New Jersey and a head state in the Philippines. And yet you hadn't arrested them yet, Mr. New York City detective? Miranda had hired Woody George Pace, the kind of man who boasted about putting an electric. Can we look him up, please? Let's look him up. Get the fuck out. This woman, Woody, and a former girlfriend. Now, if anybody broke this guy's fucking septum, right? Is it what's it called? You know, in your chest, and made him die from asphyxiation. it would be this woman. She weighed 500 pounds and had to be taken away in a special van because she couldn't fit into a regular car. They had been implicated in a similar kidnapping and torture in 1981. There it goes. Selma recalled that she sat on the victim and beat him. Holy fuck. And that other woman? Sternum. Yes, sternum. Yeah, the other one is the fucking gynecological thing, right? Silly woman. And yet she got put in jail. Wow. It says it was Rita. Holy mother of God. Unbelievable. Rita's chilling response when they questioned her about shoving a 3-foot metal bar up Bigelow's Moses, Hoser, Dozier, Dildoba, I don't know. You lied. She lied. She lied. She said, Donna said he was a homo anyway. As Rita's chilling response when they questioned her, she lies. Whoa. Oh my gosh. In another unbelievable. 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 Wait, so let me get this straight. So criminals aren't allowed to make any profit off the stories. Like they can't write stories about their crimes and get paid. But the judge, Edwin Torres, who is Hispanic, I'm assuming, right? 'Cause it's always a big thing that people think that, oh, well, they must have been white and everything was, hunky dory. But it isn't. It doesn't matter what color you are to have injustice. He went on to write Carlito's Way, and he gave everybody else 25 years to life, okay? Except for the 500-pound lady that had been previously implicated in a kidnapping because she wouldn't sign a confession. I don't know. I just don't know. Who, the Selma Price? They make it like her mother needed to take a handful of cash from this Hilton couple from New York and sold her when she was right before she was age 8. This says Hilton was born in Jamaica. She portrays herself as a victim of neglect and abuse. Well, of course, she portrays herself, right? I mean, why do they have such a problem with victims? I mean, a victim mentality. That's ridiculous. Either you have been abused or something has happened to you or not. If you're a victim of a crime, you're a victim of a crime. It doesn't mean you want to say I'm a victim because I want to use, oh, I got mugged. I'm using the mugging as my mugging card. You know what I'm saying? But get this. They said that she had sold her to this couple from New York. Now, here, though, it says her mother owned a bar. Hmm. Why would she need to, she'd beat me or leave me by myself a lot. I remember once in the bar, she was in a good mood and throwing me up and catching me. I mean, how old were you then? And suddenly she moved her hands away, so I fell flat on my face and broke a bone. Now, see, I would actually have an x-ray done on their face only because of a book called A Million Little Pieces, I think it was called. And it was featured on a book club by Oprah Winfrey. And then the guy was found out to be false. You know, she said, I remember thinking, when will this woman ever love me? I got this shell around me early. I just pretended everything was fine. My saving grace was my grandmother. She was so beautiful and so old. They had to go to the store for her, but she was like the backbone of the family. She had hair down to here. If she was around, I was not getting touched. I came up here when I was 8. I was adopted by a childless couple who used to visit the house next to us. I thought she owned a. They asked me if I wanted to come to America and see Disney World, and I said sure. So, wait a minute. I thought it was she was sold to them. See, I knew it. I was going to say, I didn't hear her having any accent there, but she says, and she makes sure to say, they asked me if I wanted, right? Chosen one community, right? Absolutely. What a way to look at it, honestly. They asked me if I wanted to come to America and see Disney World, and I said sure. At first, the American kids picked on me because I was an alien and spoke in this thick patois accent. So as you can see, I learned how to speak perfectly. Uh, uh, 9. I don't know. When I was 9, my adoptive father, why did you need to be adopted? I don't understand that. Started molesting me. I was starting to get breasts. I came out of the bath with a towel around me, and he sat me down on the bed and asked if my breasts hurt. At 9, he started to rub them to make them feel better. Then he took me into the closet and started sucking my breasts. When he was done, he said, "This is our secret. Don't tell anybody." They really do say that. Mm, mm. I don't know if I believe this one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know if I believe her. I'm sorry. 1 minute it's a math teacher tutor, then she's babysitting. She won a scholarship to a private high school in Baltimore. And most of the time, people who are going through that kind of trauma since they were 9, from every single person that they've ever met, it seems, except her family. So her family owned a bar, and one time her mother forgot to, didn't catch her on time, throwing her up in the air. I don't know. Oh, I've never heard. I don't know who Trisha Paytas is, but I don't believe this. I told my adoptive mother, who was a psychologist. Now, is there adoption records for that? Mm-mm. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. He was so sweet and caring, so proud of me. We'd play tennis, swim, horseback ride. No. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. If somebody's gonna say, yeah, hey, all you have to do for $9,000 is witness a rape. Mm, mm-mm. Who would do that? Mm-mm. It says, here was a young woman who claims to have been molested and raped herself and unable to stop it or find one person to acknowledge it. But perhaps she became numb. Perhaps somehow witnessing somebody else getting raped would somehow set her free. Perhaps it was revenge. Your family and your daughter. Now, your family, though, was what? The guy who'd been raping you since whenever? The police never found my fingerprints. They took pubic and underarm hair, and nothing matched up to me. Hmm. We had to fight. Once arrested, Hilton and her friends were put in a holding pen. Ah, so she had to fucking confess immediately because she felt like they were gonna. So now, wait a minute. Oh, wow. Hilton's signed statement and recollections tell a different story. All the girls' hairs were on the bed sheet they wrapped him in. So they were all in bed with him or maybe having sex with him. I don't believe that guy. Nah. There's something really, really, really. Miranda and Woody and Taylor were hardcore. Yeah, and yet I can't find anything. The Pointer Sisters, Woody, Selma, but the judge didn't cut anybody slack. Her mom was interviewed and quoted saying her husband fell in bed with her. Her mom, Donna Hilton's. I just want to know why I can't find anybody else that they got out or whatever happened to them. That's weird to me. I'm gonna look up the Selma price and see. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense that. Okay, so here's an obituary. I don't know if that's her. Telling ya, fucking telling ya. There's something really suspicious going on here. Really suspicious, man. How the hell? Nothing. No way. Wow. Kaisa, that doesn't make any sense, man. Mm-mm. They were even implicated. Nothing. Just Donna Hilton comes up. Nah. Mm-mm. No, Hilton is this is Hylton. Unbelievable. How is that possible? Mm-mm-mm. Just doesn't- That don't even fucking make sense, man. Mm-mm. Hi, just John. This is ridiculous here, man. The- This is insane. Yeah, there is some fucked up shit here. And this one is Filipino. It has not been easy. Chance to be heard. Been locked up since 1985. I thank God I received support. Hold on. Okay. All right. In the past, the concept mostly looked after the men, although the people now assigned to me are more sensitive to the needs of a Filipina in trouble. I got a bit of support from the Philippine community, from basically good sense of human being. Uh, I am not proud of what happened, but neither can I say everything is my fault. During my days in court, I was alone. No one was there to see what was being done to me. I am glad now there is more support from others. they are trying to railroad for killing. There is this Pinay. They are trying to railroad for killing her abusive boyfriend. But as far as our Filipino community, especially here in New York, there are any number of very successful people that could really help. I read about how much they spend on parties, yet they can't donate a decent amount for this poor girl's defense. We are talking about a clear self-defense case here. Lorena Bobbitt cut off her husband's organ and received warm support from the Ecuadorian community and got psychiatric treatment instead of time in jail. Now, see, so right there is a good example of where Lorena Bobbitt, it's money, really. I don't know. I mean, I thank God I received support from my adopted family, a Hispanic lady who ironically used to work in this jail. She lost her job because she showed compassion toward female inmates. This lady has been a corrections officer for 15 years, but was all the time assigned to male facilities until recently when she was promoted to sergeant rank. The treatment of female inmates here, whether by family or administration, is so much more inferior to what the men receive, and all these just overwhelmed her. She came in at a time that was so painful for me. I was suicidal. We became good friends, and I was able to have somebody I felt I could trust. To make a long story short, she lost her job. And to make things more painful, they accused her of being my lover and not performing her job. Her case is still lingering at the Division of Human Rights, but she is a woman and non-white, more than a reason to make it okay for officials to take their time. Okay, okay. I gotta go to this particular story, this one, because I don't know why people think that women, men, and children, no matter what color they are, have not been dealt significant blows if they're poor. It's not color, it's poor. It's not color, it's poor. That's what we have in common. We might be different colors, but it's poor. Penny got killed on Chosen One. She was white. So did Angel. She was black. So did Monica. She was white. So did Sweet Pea. She was black. Did any of them get more attention than the other? No. But a man who coincidentally was associated with all those women doesn't even get looked at. White, sure. Then you got another black person, though, who consistently talks you white women's, and says tricks and hoes. You got a bunch of white women who hate all women. And you got black women who seem to focus more of their support on black women. Who supports the white women? If you think there hasn't been white women who have gone missing or white women who have gone to jail for killing an abusive person in their life, or a white woman who hasn't been molested through the foster system or something, or who hasn't been sex trafficked, who speaks for them? Anyone? So this letter is apparently written by Maria Taylor, the one who, okay, true, I'm about. Says, I'm glad that Filipinas are more, so Maria Taylor, the one who got arrested, was a Filipino woman. Selma Price, I can't find nothing about. So she wrote that in 95 and didn't get any attention. Now that's kind of strange to me. How come Donna Chilton doesn't, Donna Hilton, I don't know why I keep calling her Chilton. I don't know why. There's something to do with, I don't know. But how come she hasn't spoken up for Maria Taylor, who seems like she's curious. Who speaks for the women that aren't, do you know what I mean? Like, I consider myself to be a minority. I don't have money. Look at Eileen Warnos. Man, she got the death sentence. She's dead. She was molested by a white man in her family. I think it has to stop being divided like that and has to be a united. The person who had rented it was Maria Taylor. Okay. Defendant was jointly tried with 5 others, the case of a 7th co-defendant having been severed. So the case of the 7th one was severed. Which one? On a murder of kidnapping charges arising out of the kidnapping and subsequent beating of Thomas Bigliaria, a Long Island businessman. During the course of the investigation into this matter, one of the perpetrators was identified as being a black male. The police had also learned that a ransom package had been delivered by a woman in a small silver or gray car, later identified as a Silver Horizon rented from the Amcar agency. So it wasn't even her, Donna Chilton, who was identified by the license plate number. She would be coming to pick up the deposit. Eventually, a blue van pulled up, and one of the officers, posing as an attendant, approached the vehicle and asked its occupants if they wanted gas. He recognized the driver as Taylor, who had already been identified as a suspect from a photograph and the front passenger, Donna Hilton, from a sketch that he had with him. Of course, they give their names, the two females, okay, the Filipino and the black woman, but they say the defendant herein, a black male, they don't give his name, was seated in the rear of the van. The two women entered the rental agency where they were recognized where they were recognized by the other persons who had as the persons who had rented the Silver Horizon. Thus, defendant arrived at the Amcar garage in the company of two women who had previously, okay, so the defendant, okay, so what's his name? And were on scene to collect a deposit for the automobile matching the description of the one used in the commission of the crime. Under these circumstances, the officers possessed probable cause to arrest defendant, and his statements, even though we don't know his name. Yeah, who gave the sketch? Yeah, exactly, Chosen One Community. For an automobile matching the description of the one used in the commission of the crime. Under the, okay, obtain, there is similarly no merit to defendant's contention that reversal of his conviction. Wow. While the court did erroneously accept as evidence the confessions of the two non-testifying co-defendants implicating defendant, thereby violating his right to confront the witnesses against him, the proof of the defendant's guilt was overwhelming, even without the co-defendant's statement. In that regard, but why won't they put his name? Yeah, at the car rental place, I guess, but in that regard, defendant's own inculpatory statements allowing the testimony of witnesses, including some of the other co-defendants, and the introduction of physical evidence were sufficient to establish beyond a reasonable doubt his complicity in the crimes charged. Consequently, the error in receiving the non-testifying co-defendants have considered the defense and do not perceive any. But they don't say his name, so we can't look him up. Hmm. Yeah, no, they don't show shit. Those women took the brunt of it because they had kids. That's what I'm thinking. Women always end up doing it, you know? a degenerate like Maria Taylor. Uh, what he pays? Wait a minute. It wasn't a man though. It was a woman who took the heat. Brenda had been filleted like a large fish, with its entrails hanging out the left side of her face. What the hell? I really want to keep this for. I wonder how I can keep this. Good night. Good night, Crying Red. So this judge wrote Carlito's Way too, so he got pretty famous after it. This is something I really want to keep. What is this called? Stranger Than Fiction. The story began when Kellogg and Hilton Peters and Holland introduced them to get involved with the promise of a career in modeling. When you have stars in your eyes like these three women, after meeting their leader, Lou, the troll, you would think they had more sense than to believe anything he said. But that was not the case. Once they were so deep that there was no turning back. Hilton, my client, was assigned the task of renting the van, which carried big. Now it just said that Maria Taylor rented the van. Okay, so I'm gonna just I don't lose this particular thing. Okay. Once upon a time in the early 1980s, there existed a troll-like individual named Lou Miranda. Lou lived in the basement of his brownstone apartment building on the east side of Manhattan. True to his troll instincts, he chose to live in subterranean digs as far away from human contact as possible. Humans were hated and reviled, for most were of normal height and more non-troll-like faces. They were only good for loaning Lou money so he could speculate in whatever. An Italian named Thomas Figueroa for a mortgage loan. Lou invoked his magical troll powers, but was refused. Thomas Figueroa was the business of mortgage lending and had lots of money. So Lou could not understand why he was rejected. It must have been that the mortgage lender was immune to his. It's never wise. Okay. The plan was to lure Figueroa Now, a page is missing from that. Isn't that crazy? She went to a rental. Okay, so Hilton, my client, she went to a rental agency where she was a steady customer. This agency accepted cash, which made it much more convenient for Hilton to rent the. I should know how to bring it down like that. Okay, which made it. Woody Pace. Pry him with an and then Woody Pace come into the apartment. And they said the back of a van rented specifically for that purpose. But they didn't say it was a van in the last story I read. So really it was the men who did it. Woody Pace. I wish I could figure out how to save this. Stranger Than Fiction. That's what it's called. In Price's apartment. So Selma Price. He was beaten, bound, gagged, and tortured, starved, and suffocated. The torture consisted of ramming a lead pipe, which was mainly inflicted by Pace. Wow, see? So it had nothing to do with her, really. One would have to find someone to navigate around Price's huge body to get into the front door of. Wow, so she was supposed to block him from getting out. The van itself acted as a portable office where ransom notes were typed and recorded. The gang never changed the license plate, were a shade of white. At one point, Hilton made a delivery ransom note to his office building using the same white van. I thought it was a silver car that they had said, with the same license plate, and made no effort to disguise her appearance. Wow, I just. I put in Rita Peters. She's another one that was in it. Nothing. That doesn't fucking make sense. Nothing. Unbelievable. How is it possible that none of these other people doesn't make sense? Keeps going back to freaking. yeah, that had been implicated in a. I just don't understand why there's nothing else about any of these people, really. It just doesn't even make sense. It makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense. You could type in those other names and they just nothing. That doesn't make sense. And I'll look up Woody Pace and see, and that's it. No, oh my God. Still nothing for this guy. This just doesn't make sense. Mm-mm. Woody Pace came into the apartment and he tied and he gagged him. And yeah, I type in his name and man, there's nothing. Wow. They say that the Maria Taylor said that Louis Miranda was her godfather. That's the only one that there's a connection there to. That is unbelievable. So you can't find nothing on any of these other people who were arrested with her. Nothing. Except that one letter of that Maria Taylor who said she had written that looking for support for Filipino women in prison. She'd been in there since 1985. At that point, it was 10 years. But anybody who had been nice to her in the prison system ended up getting their jobs threatened. And now there's just nothing else. What a weird, strange case. Talk about being buried. That seems to me that it had something to do with some kind of crooked freaking real estate shit. And the women just got railroaded. Except for Selma Price, the 500-pound one. She wouldn't sign a confession, so she got less than them. Isn't that something? Somebody who had been also previously implicated in a kidnapping of the same way. That is something. I want to say to you guys, thank you for sticking through with this research thing with me. I appreciate it because I do like to do research. So, but at the end of the day, somehow, some way, that woman she actually came out on the better side of the stick than any of them because I can't find anything about any of them. I mean, for all we know, they could be living in some resort for millions of dollars. She may not have come out the better side of the stick, but in the public eye, I mean, my God, other than for people like TM screaming, what a monster she is and basically doing exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Emma. All right. But really, there's nothing, prior about the 1980 case of the kidnapping, or the 81 case that him and the woman Selma Price were involved in. And I just am in amazement that these people, are they out of jail now? What happened to the men? I don't even get it. Why there's such limited information. So you get somebody like TM who is such anti-feminist that, you know, she's so racist and anti-Semite and everything else that, you know, I guess that case is right up her alley. But in the long run, she's one of the biggest criminals I've ever seen. I mean, she made a video saying she never called anybody pertaining to Ollie. 2 days ago, she made a video saying, yes, I called her daughter and her boyfriend of 20 years ago. So give it a rest. And your mother is not commenting on Chang 13's video. Save it. Save it. TM. Save it. Sure it was, huh? I'm about. Not much info out there, but it sure fit her racist, anti-feminist, anti-Semitic views. As a supporter of people who were incited to attack the Capitol building, to kill our vice president and Speaker of the House. So we know how much their intelligence doesn't run deep. Intelligence is just, yeah, common sense is not so common. And anyway, peace, love, and tacos, you guys. United we stand, divided we fall.